Okay, welcome everybody to a Kerbal-ish, Kerbal-adjacent stream where we are going to try our hand at making some parts for Kerbal that we need to do the integration that we want with the space shuttle. How's everybody doing? Doing well? Good. Great. Grand. Wonderful. So, let me bring everybody up to speed. Let's fire up KSP. There's also booster testing going on in the background. Booster 20 is out on the pad. The pad's doing something. We'll see. If it's a static fire, we'll bring it right up. Did you see that? It's Steam Train Fest. Not trying to distract from Kerbaling, just FYIing. Okay? Could we do the facade panels as well, or is that too much? No. No. Let me set the expectations for this. I want to give it a shot, and I want to see how far we get. I am not... this is just very much a trial, and we'll see where it goes. This shouldn't be too bad, but, you know... I'm not going to be like, oh, let's do other parts like I usually do. No. Let's just try to let's figure out what we want to make and try to make it. One thing at a time. Okie dokie? You like trains. I do like trains, but I've already decided that I'm doing this today. So, let's pick one thing and we'll stick with it. Okay, Kerbal will load sometime today. Oh, quick update on the cars. The Mustang leaked again. The storm that came through yesterday ripped the cover. The cover is old. It ripped the cover apart, and yeah. There was more water in the footwells of the Mustang. So, you know, I was prepared for this. I woke up a little bit earlier today. Got out here a little bit earlier today and promptly drained the car of water. So, I also bought a new waterproof cover. So, that's coming. Just convert the Mustang into the water reclamation system. Yeah, so it wasn't as much water this time, so the cover did do something. It just, yeah. I got a waterproof cover coming for the car. And, yeah. She-Kraken, big news for you. You got a 2002 Toyota Pre-Runner manual. Pretty stoked. When you say you got a Pre-Runner manual, do you mean you got the manual for the truck, or do you have the Pre-Runner that is manual? Manual gearbox. Oh, cool. A pre-runner? You... All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Is it a single cab? What are we talking about here? Single cab short box, crew cab, XL cab. Yeah, I don't speak Toyota. Is that 4 doors or 2? Two is a little bit behind. Okay, extended cab. All right, so we're talking about something like this. Yeah. Very nice. Manual, too. Yeah, no, great truck. How was the movie last night? Rarest, yeah, oh, the Odyssey was great. There were some parts that were a little weird. And Brimo had to educate me about this. I haven't studied antiquity in a very long time. There were some parts where I was like, but for the most part, really, really, really good. Yeah, it was a great movie. Cinematography was fantastic. Just tones, scenes, colors, fantastic. Like, yeah, really good. That has 4x4 suspension. Yours is lower. Oh, you got a 4x2. Okay, what movie? The Odyssey? It's pretty good, man. Yeah, it's pretty good. There were some parts that were weird that I don't really... I was like, wait, what? No, that's not the... But yeah, like, if you don't know, like, antiquity, then it's fine. Yeah, great flick. Is it a must-watch? I would say that this is a movie you probably want to watch in the theater. Yeah, you probably want to watch this in the movie theater. Yeah, it's okay. It's a pretty good movie. Yeah, I liked it. Like it was good. I'm just not like I was gushing over Project Hail Mary because that's an awesome space movie, and this is a good movie. It tells the story pretty damn well. There are some parts, not with the acting or anything like that, or the actors or actresses, but there are some parts where Brie was telling me that it's not like what's the right way to say it? Like they draw some conclusions that are a little weird. I don't want to spoil anything. I mean, it's a 5,000-year-old story. I'm not sure what's to spoil, but yeah, they came to some weird conclusions that let's just say that some anthropologists that study the late Bronze Age will watch this and be like, what? Other than that, though, really good, man. Yeah, really good. They, yeah. Other than that, and that wasn't really even my issue. That Bree was like, I hate it. I hate that part. I was like, yeah, it's not a bad flick. Like, it's not the worst movie I've ever seen. It's pretty up there, though. Yeah, it's a good flick, dude. I don't mind it. It's like I don't want to say that like that. What's the right way to say it? Like, let me put it to you like this. I'm not a software guy. I really am not. I'm not a software guy. I suck at coding. I still suck at coding after all these years. Like, I'm not the best out there. But I respect software engineering really, really, like, a lot. Like, I know that's a skill. Like, and I see the engineering behind it. My brain just doesn't click with it. Maybe that'll change one day. That'd be fun to mess around with. But it's not like really where I'm like, yes, this is awesome. That space flight is, you know, I stay in my lane with trains and cars and stuff, and spaceships and airplanes. That's not to say that none of those things have software, but the idea here is that, like, I'm kind of adjacent to this, and I know the story, so, like, I'm not like, oh my god, it's amazing, you have to see it. Like, it's a good flick. You should probably watch it in the movie theater. Watching this on a television is not going to drive the point home. With that being said, yeah, it's a good movie, dude. Yeah, good flick. It was a wild ride. Yeah, there's some weird parts, man. Some parts of the poem are like, oh yeah, that part. Yeah, that part's weird. But yeah, I think it tells the story really well. And it really conveys the epic. I think that the epic that Homer was trying to tell. Yeah, I don't know. Did he have a purple burglar alarm? Yeah, he did. All right, anyway, so we've been working on this thing. This is it looks like a bunch of SRBs strapped together because that's basically what it is. This thing does not, it's a crane for what it's worth. It's a gantry crane. And it's something that I want to use to pick up rockets and whatnot and build them. Now, here's the thing. This gantry crane is multi-axis, so it can move in 3 axes. The idea is that you pick up stuff from the docking port. We can go forward and back. We can go left to right. Right? And then we can go up and down. Sorry, that part was getting hung up. See, we can go up and down. The idea, so what it is a bunch of telescoping hydraulics. And what this, here, let's put on some tunage. I knew I was missing something. So, what this thing does, well, I don't really have a better way to say it. It explodes. It blows up. It's a good idea in principle, but we've figured out some stuff with how things are kind of put together in KSP. It really, 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 really doesn't like having fairings that are attached to hydraulics or attached to an animatable part. It hates it. It can't stand it. It blows up every time. And if it doesn't blow up right away, it will blow up eventually. So, what I was thinking is I need a multi-axis gantry crane to be able to assemble vehicles with this. Now, why? This thing is designed to assemble a space shuttle stack. It's the mobile service tower. It's based off of the mobile service tower at SLC 6, Space Launch Complex 6. Well, it was at Space Launch Complex 6. It's gone now. They demolished it. SpaceX actually demolished it because they're building a new pad at SLC 6. So if we look at this picture, here, I'm building this piece over here, this thing. And because it's designed to build a shuttle stack, I need to be able to put boosters on the left and on the right. Right? And then we need to stack the external tank, and we need to stack the space shuttle. Explosive fairings, you say, all the time. And the idea is that this thing is going to integrate with another building here. They're going to latch together, and you build a stack that way. Now, the two buildings were supposed to come together, etc., and you were supposed to assemble a stack. Now, I know what people are wondering. Wait a minute, space shuttles on the West Coast at Vandenberg? It was planned. It never happened. They built out a pad, built out all the facilities for it. Challenger happened. Air Force pulled out of the program. That was the end of that. So, because these buildings are demolished, and it more or less demolished the last bits of space shuttle pad that were there. There's the building being built in 1984. I figure it would be cool to make them and make them functional and make them work. Now, the thing is, you need a gantry crane. We need cranes to make this work. We need a gantry to be able to move back and forth, to be able to pick up the pieces. That's the pad when it was in Titan configuration. Long time ago. That was before they added the space shuttle stuff. Yeah, that's a really old picture of SLC 6 from the late 70s. So look, if we can't do a multi-axis crane without this thing getting pissed off. I think it'd be fun to try to make the part. Yeah, it'd be fun to make it. Long term, was there any decisive studies on if this pad design would increase turnaround time? I don't think so. I haven't found anything, if that's what you're asking. So, yeah, what I want to try to do is do away with the, fairings and the fuselages acting as rails for the gantry crane. Now, you could do one axis with fairings, right? But not two. Multi-axis is not going to really work too well. We figured this out. It doesn't matter the craft file. It doesn't matter what you're trying to do. If you have fairings that are downstream of a hydraulic part, I think we tested it pretty conclusively over the last couple of Kerbal streams that we did over the last month. Yeah, this doesn't work. It won't do it. Now, could I build a multi-axis gantry crane without the fairings and everything? Sure. Yeah, of course I could. It would be a lot of parts, but we could do it. Sure, no problem. I don't know if we should try doing that. I kind of don't want to. Like, that's going to have its own slew of problems. I think the better solution here would be to just build exactly what I want. And what I'm thinking is not really, we're not going to get too crazy. I just need a bunch of structural parts. I mean, a gantry crane is, for all intents and purposes, just a big beam. That's it. With some rails to ride on. And that's it. That's what it is. That's all it is. Hey, human. So, what we're going to do here is do a little bit of a dive on bridge cranes and gantry cranes and how they work, and we're going to figure out exactly what we want, and then I'm going to try to model it. It shouldn't be too hard to do. Well, I always say that. But I want to set the expectation that I don't know if this project is going to get completed. It's kind of a feeler just to see if it'll work. Hey, Jet Route, I'm still holding on to the Cities 2 rain check. Okay. I mean, and then Seacracken will say, like, if you're still here, if this does work, then yeah, maybe we can do some cladding on the side. I don't know. Is the goal to make it parametric like the structural tubes in KSP? I'm not sure. Let's figure out exactly what we want and then go from there. What I don't want from this is for this to spiral out of control and turn into me modeling the entire frigging mobile service tower. I do not want that. Let's just start with a crane and some rails, or just at least the structure for it, and call it a day. That's it. We'll design it to work with the hydraulics, and what I just want is to make this piece, make the rails and the structural pieces that bridge the crane, and that's it for now. I want to see how it works. And that's definitely going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. I'm going to put way too much on my plate, and then we're never going to finish it. Let's just make some structural pieces. In fact, the one time I did finish parts in KSP, it was just a simple hybrid tech bearing, and that the hybrid tech assist bearing, and that thing was amazing. So, did you see the video Stratolaunch posted with a Porsche? I put it in the aviation channel. Yeah, I have not seen it. I'll check it out later. Let's focus on this, dude. So, oh, that's something else. What is a bridge crane? How does this work? What does this do? So the bridge crane is there. Wait, what did I see right there? Oh, neat. A bridge crane is a type of gantry crane. It's an overhead crane that runs on tracks on either side of an open space. And the idea is that it has rails and you can move forward and back on the rails. And then on the center bridge piece, there's another truck that can move left to right. It just gives you 2 axes of movement, with this piece in the center giving you, you know, there's a winch system right there. So this is a picture from SpaceX's Gigabay of their bridge cranes in there. They're 420-ton bridge cranes, basically designed to lift up super heavy and then some, right? And in the Gigabay, there's 2 aisles for servicing and building starships and super heavies. There's 2 cranes on either side. This is the first one installed here, which is good. So, let's do a little bit of a dive into bridge cranes. And let's kind of take a look at how they're put together. And then we'll figure out exactly what we want. Let's type NASA VAB bridge crane. Let's look at the ones that are in the vehicle assembly building. Go. Just caught up on the VODs. My buddy had a hand in designing the spreader bar for the Blue Origin lifting that toasted the launch table. He was showing me the rigging setup a few weeks back. He was basically saying they didn't have a budget, just a deadline. Nice. It's kind of like a 3D printer. Yeah, placed it. Yeah, pretty much. Minus the extruder. It's the same idea. Well, let's see what else we got. Oh, looks like the company that made the refurbished bridge cranes for the VAB has a bunch of pictures here. Yeah, like I said, it's basically just a train. You see, it's got rails. And then, yeah, that's it. It just moves on the rails. So, let's think about this. What parts are we going to need? Well, we're going to need wheels. We're going to need wheels. That's got to happen. In order for this thing to move. See, I'm thinking here, like, See, on one hand, I want to keep this thing as simple as possible. On the other hand, I would really like to be able to make it move like it should. But loading up, like, what I was just thinking is make the wheels, model the wheels, and make them a separate piece. But getting them to be held in position when you're picking up a load in Kerbal might be a little bit problematic. I'm thinking. We're gonna have to do some load analysis on wheels if we make them. And I'm thinking in KSP we're gonna need bigger wheels. Model them around the current I-beams in-game. Or do the hitboxes on them... The hitboxes on them are just a box, dude. Yeah, we could. Could make the wheel... I could make the wheel work on the I-beams. The problem is the rails, Sea Kraken. The rails are the collider boxes on the rails are not gonna. We got to be very careful about how we make those collider boxes. Hey, Luke. Okay. Frickin' bridge trains are cool. And how cool will it be if we actually build it, if we actually get this right? Let's just look at a smaller bridge crane and see if we can kind of break it down and what it looks like. Okay. I'm doing good, Luke. We don't want wheels quantum tunneling through the rails. That's what I'm worried about, Hokie. You'd probably be best off just modeling the whole bridge crane in both axes of movement. If you get this right, you could use it for building the move, or you could use it for the building movement rather than the airplane wheels. I mean, yeah. So here's the thing. I'm inclined, the engineer inside me says, well, we need to model a wheel and we need to put it in the game and we need to see we need to do some load analysis on it. How much can it pick up? Can you time warp it while picking up something? Does it break? Does it fall over? How's the wheel going to be attached? My thought is take a rotor, right, and attach the wheel to the rotor, and hybrid tech the the wheel in position with around 2 journals, like make a clevis for the wheel goes through, rotor attachment, right? Attach a small rotor to the wheel and have the wheel get held in place by the crane. Now, we could do load analysis on that, but the honest truth here is that, like, okay, if we do that, we figured out that when we tested stuff on Canard and then we tested stuff on, when we built stuff on Rusty, stuff that didn't work on Rusty ended up working on Canard because it's about your processor, like missing physics ticks or not. So part of me is like, we should make this as little parts as possible. Are you interested in using Kerbal attachment system for winches and pulleys? I don't know, Hallingar, maybe. Did you get Date Night Dairy Queen too? No, but I got a jumbo bucket of popcorn facts, which is pretty awesome. Hey there, what are we doing today? Well, Vargon, we had some trouble with building our gantry crane for the Slick 6 build, so I want to try my hand at seeing if we can make a gantry crane. I'm not setting any expectations for this project. This is something that I just wanted to try. If it doesn't work out the way I want, it doesn't work out the way I want, we'll figure out another way. We watched the Odyssey, Hokie. Also, the landings, I saw what you said. The landing pad for Slick 6 is Vandenberg Space Force Base is a good ways away. I saw you ask the question. Sorry, I forgot to answer it. It's right. That's the landing facility right there. And Slick 6 is down here, so it's about 11 miles away. And yeah, 11 miles away. And that it's probably more closer to 15 because you have to snake around the hills and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty far away for what it's worth. What would you make it with, Maya? That's the idea. So yeah, the double fairing thing. So fairing's going north-south and fairing's going east-west relative to the crane. It doesn't work. And once again, could I make another thing work here? Yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem, Monkey. Is there a static fire plan today? I'm not sure. if there is going to be a static fire, it's definitely gonna be a behavior that we haven't seen from SpaceX in the past, because they have the transport stand still at the pad. So I'm kind of coming down here with two different kind of scenarios for how this will play out. One, we could just model, more or less just model the fairing pieces and make a pipe and then call it a day. You know, that's it. Just do that. And make it a solid part. And that's it. That should make it work. The other thing would be to make a piece that looks like this. Right? You make a cylinder. It's a cylinder. Right? That looks like this. Right? And then you make a crane piece. Right? With a tab that looks like that. And then, you know, you make it bridge across like this, and then that piece, that line sucks. You know, you make it look like this, right? And the wheel can go in the socket, right? Like, and then what you could do is make like a third attachment point out here, right? To attach the rotor, a rotor piece. So the wheel will have its attachment point right there. And then you have your rotor piece right here. You attach the wheel to the rotor piece, right? And when that happens, if we're looking at it from the front, your rotor piece is here, right? And then you have the wheel piece in the center on either side, and then it sticks out a little bit like that. See what I'm saying? Booster 20 is getting fueled right now. Oh yeah, they're doing locks top off. Interesting. And what this piece could be is, you know, if we have the gantry crane here, right, this piece could ride on rails, right? And then, you know, you have your little clevis pieces on either side, right, like this. And then you could attach them to a bigger bridge crane part like this. Right? And your wheels could be right here, right here, right here, and then right there. And then these pieces could fit together, right? And you go from there. That's what I was thinking, but see, I'm just worried because if we don't get these bearings and journals just right, like if you don't get this just right, it's the tolerance is like perfect. It's not going to work. Didn't you already make that? Well, I mean the flange part. Yeah, but this would be a different, the clevis would be a different width. Is igniter test and spin prime the same thing? Yes, for the most part. No battlefield today. Sad. I made part of my ritual at work to have you talking about guns and shooting while I work. I hope Bree and Titan are all well. Oh. Okay, Warwolf. You want early hours Battlefield? Okay. That's something I never thought I would ever hear anybody say. All right. Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the feedback. I'll make sure I don't let you down tomorrow. Put it on rails. It works for aircraft carriers. Well, yeah. Yes, precisely. That is also a big bridge crane. The implication here is that we'd model rails there and there. With that being said, I'll probably play for some after hours tonight. Then you can build an aircraft carrier to land the shuttle on, guys. Crane parts. Crane parts. Crane parts. Just crane parts. Crane.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Okay, gifted a sub to Lemprod. Thank you. If you did the whole bridge crane and both axes of movement in one part, wouldn't it be less prone to crack it and be able to take higher loads of the full shuttle? Yeah, but that begs the question, Halengar, how do you move it? How do you make the thing move how do you make it move if we don't have movable wheels? The wheels will give us way better mobility here, dude. But the thing is that with this, I mean, technically this would kind of work as one piece, and the rotor will govern the wheels moving. This crane, this theoretically should work really well. My mind is telling me to do load analysis on this to see. Load analysis to see how much we can get away with. Like, model this to the size that I need, and then honestly, Kerbal understands load pretty well. It's just time warp and stuff. If you time warp or go out of phys range and come back, that's when stuff can get a little funky. This would reduce part count from all the hydraulics. What would Sea Kraken? I don't know why that auto-modded you, John, but whatever. Hang on, I gotta mess with the auto-mod settings. This is getting stupid. It's... Okay, I took the smart decision stuff off the auto mod. It shouldn't auto mod people as much. Yeah, drummer, something like that. So yeah. I'll probably end up modeling the bridge crane itself as one unit because it seems like every bridge crane is kind of just one piece. See how this is all one piece? I was thinking one piece with provisions for the wheels. You know what I mean? And then obviously we can get all this to work with same vehicle interaction, right? And it should structurally make this thing extremely strong. And then, yeah, we also got to make the rails for it, too. Provision for wheels for the other axis as well. Well, of course. Yeah, I was thinking make this the box for the bridge crane one piece, and then the upper piece up here, right? the one that moves left, right, as opposed to forward and back in this shot, or forward and back as opposed to left, right. Make that a separate piece with another set of wheels, right? And the wheels won't be a separate vehicle per se, but you mount them on a rotor. So we'll make a mount for the rotor, right? And you attach the rotor here, and then you attach the wheel to the rotor, and the wheel will slip into the bracket. That should work. Like, it should work. I don't see why it wouldn't. The other thing to consider is, should we splice these parts up? Should we splice the parts up so you can make the crane different widths? Just something to think about. You know, should we make... Right? Should we slice it here? Should we slice it there? Slice it in the center so you can add bridge pieces? If so, how are we going to do that? I mean, those pieces will sag for sure. I never knew Kerbal got this in depth. We're choosing to make it this complicated, Dasta guy. Let me put it that way. You don't, if you play KSP, you don't need to get this crazy. We are very much choosing to make this way more complicated than it needs to be. Yeah. But yeah, you can get this crazy, sure. Why not use the same idea as the tubes in KSP when they can go 1 to 10 meter in length? I mean, yeah, the other thing we could do is Kerbalize this and just model tubes. Just model a tube, a structural fuselage tube at the right diameter and call it a day. That'd work. If you section the crane, what's the plan to ensure proper rail spacing? I don't know. I haven't gotten that far. The other thing to think is hierarchically, how the hell is this thing going to get put together? I mean, ideally, we'd have a hydraulic pushing in the center, so you'd have a crane root part right here. And then you could make parts off of the sides there and there. And once again, I could use same vessel interaction to get them to lock into position. Why not use the rotors as the power transmission rather than hydraulics? How is it going to stay one vehicle if we don't? We could do that, Sea Kraken, sure. How would it stay one vehicle, though? You're gonna have to, it has to be attached to some type of telescoping mechanism to be able to stay one vehicle, right? It wouldn't, but also it doesn't also it dozens less parts. What? No. I'm very confused. Explain like I'm 5. Why does it need to be a single vehicle? So I can control all facets of the crane without having to switch vehicles, John? Switching vehicles is inviting a fizz tick, is inviting a missed fizz tick. It's inviting it to explode. I figured out through mission mode integration that doing it with one vehicle is the right move. Should you remove the hydraulics? It doesn't. You're not answering my question. No, no. You're not making the left-right piece. The left-right piece being a center vehicle. I'm nixing that right now. That's it. That's asking for the Kraken to come and get you. We don't need that. That's the whole purpose of this project, is to not do that, dudes. You know, you're saying, oh, use the rotors, use the rotors. Okay, we can use the rotors to move the left-right truck. You know, the left-right crane, right? You could do that. You still need a telescoping mechanism to power it left to right. It's still got to be able to attach. It has to be attached to an animatable part to be able to be one vehicle. I am insistent that this has to work, at least in principle function, to this. With this, my left-right axis, see, the left-right axis on the vehicle is controllable. And then the forward and back axis is also controllable. See that? It's controllable all in one shot. I don't want this piece right there to be a separate vehicle. That's crazy. And in that regard, like, we could use the rotors to move it, but you're still going to need a telescoping hydraulic to be able to, you know, if you're using the rotors to power it, you're still going to need the hydraulic to be able to move it back and forth, because it has to stay as one vehicle. So you need an animatable part. Okay, now expending the wheel code to be the rotor as well, so you remove the rotor part entirely. What do you mean expanding the wheel code? Hey, Anta Senpai, what's up? I don't understand. To be the rotor as well, so you remove the rotor part entirely. How would we make it, once again, one vehicle? It has to be attached on a neutral rotor. You know what, dude? I fear that some of you guys aren't visualizing, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let me show you, okay? Our soda over. I agree, one vessel. I'm saying make the wheel be the rotor as well, code-wise, so it doesn't need a rotor since it is the rotor. Oh, yeah. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, dude. And the idea with the parts is that you can use them with the animatable parts that are already in game. The reason why why I wanted to do that is because I don't know how to make those. I don't know how to make that. I can make parts. I don't know how to make animatable parts. I mean, I'm sure we can figure it out, but that's just a smidge bit of scope creep, don't you think? What made my hinge piece so dang good, dude, is the fact that it, the hinge piece, the Hybrid Tech hinge piece, what made it so good is the fact that it worked. It worked with the existing parts. There was no need to reinvent the wheel here. I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much. You were just going to say copy paste. It might not be that simple. Wait a second. Sorry if you answered this, but are you considering using curable attachment system cables? I'll get back to you on that. Locks loading on the booster is happening. We're squad expansion. Here we go. Oh, that's making history. That's not breaking ground. Is over here. Let's go with Rotor 01. So the part has a module that's attached in the CFG file called Module Robotics Servo Rotor. Servo Rotor. And axis brake torque RPM limit spool time efficiency. Now I'm looking for a. Okay, so servo transform name is top joint. Let's find that. See if we can find it somewhere else. That's the only. Okay. Module part variants. There's the different skins for the part. This is where it tells it that it needs electrical charge, and that allows it to be able to be packed up in Kerbal inventory. If resources use negative power is simply dumped. Okay. Input resources by the default equivalent to resource input. There's consumption. Okay, so it's picking up on a part that's in the please hold. The MU file, it's picking up on a transform part called top joint, which tells it where it needs to be animated. All I see is, I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. Okay, so it has a module plugged into it, and that module is picked up in wherever in Kerbal, most likely in the expansion here. But let's take a look. So those are the top joint attachment nodes there that you can set to configure. We don't necessarily need to do that, but I mean, Seacracken, I think it'll save us a bunch of time just using the rotors in game. Yeah, that potentially adds a little bit more parts, but I mean, let's say that each axis of the crane has 8 wheels, all right? And then the left-right axis has 8 wheels, right? That's 16 extra parts. The 16 extra parts is a small price to pay considering we don't have to go do this, you know? Optimization mine. No. It's fine. Just I'm just thinking that the time it would take to sit here and figure this out, we could have modeled the parts and used them with rotors. Right? Now, if the rotor part doesn't work, then, well, we got ourselves a little bit of an issue now, don't we? But yeah. Okay. That is an option if we need it. Now, let's go back over here. These wheels, I think, are grooved. I'm pretty sure the wheels do something like this. They have grooves in them like that to ride on rails. Right? We're going to have to do that. So this piece would have a grooved part in it. So it'll look like that. Oh, that collider's gonna suck. It looks like they're filling the methane tank now. Yeah, we got a frost line on the methane tank. Would you make the groove for the I-beam or even the 625 tank? No. No, I would make rails. I would make a custom rail piece for this. Why not just do like train wheels with only one curve? A tapered wheel would work. Like that. A taper wheel probably is... John, honestly, that's probably what I'm going to do. Making that with a collider is going to not be fun. Yeah, that would suck. The collider mesh for the clevis pieces are already a ton of convex mesh colliders, kind of all stringed together. Hang on, are you making a Kerbal mod? We're looking... This is a feasibility study, Jeb, into building a type of crane, a bridge crane for Kerbal, so I can put rockets together. I want to build my own VAB for reusable rockets. Cole J is awesome and helped me by making an entire new section for static animation for the day-night windows. Really, Halingar? Huh. Hey, Pork Sword. Hey, Yum Food. Yeah, because we have a system that does kind of work here. It pushes the structural fuselages along fairings. But the thing is, fairings make really good rails, but if fairings are downstream in the hierarchy, like if you have the fairings, these two fairings are attached to those hydraulics right there. It makes the Kraken really unhappy when you try to dock something to it. It blows up. So I don't want to use the I-beams either. The I-beams are junk. Their colliders are terrible. Former Ares 1 launch table gutting unloaded at KSC from barge with Blue Origin SPMTs? What? 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 You might want to level that thing. Just saying. What is that? What are they? No. Don't. Is it big enough? Not a chance. Ares 1, the SRBs that would have been on Ares 1 are 3.7 meters in diameter. Blues is New Glenn. The New Glenn engine section is 9. If I had to guess, fellas, remember how I said the launch table is broken and you're gonna need to fix it, like by cutting it in half? You know, call me crazy. I think they found the other half. I swear, if they bastardized Ares 1's launch plate with New Glenn's launch plate, I'm gonna be a little bit amazed, but also I'm gonna be a little sad. Go about 10 minutes back in Space Coast Live. Interesting. Huh. Second stage test stand. Second stage, it's the GS2. It's a GS2 test stand. That other thing over there is the GS2 hot firing transporter erector. They're not Franken padding this. This... Boosters venting. Guys, second stage, it looks like Blue, if I had to put my money on it, they're building a new test stand for hot firing GS2s at Kennedy Space Center. Because why bring the GS2 test stand? And where the heck did they get that Ares 1 launch plate? I thought that thing was scrapped, to be 100% honest with you. I thought they scrapped it a long time ago. I noticed that the opening diameter on that is 7 meters. The hole right there is 7 meters. Very interesting. You could attach GS2 to this. Sure. I don't think it's any coincidence that they're moving this off of the pad, or they're moving this with the second stage testing umbilical. Blue's gonna build a test stand somewhere at KSC. That's my guess. Or they're just moving it down. They're moving it down to their industrial site to figure out where to make that. I would also like to remind everyone that we were a lot closer to getting Ares 1 flying than everybody seems to let on, and anybody that says anything different is an idiot. Cool, with that all being said, yeah. Booster testing complete, looked like a 5-engine spin prime. Cool. There's a KSC tour bus right there. It's diesel hydraulic. Facts. You have 2 diesel generator power packs here, and they're turning a hydraulic impeller and accumulator. These motors all run off hydraulics. That's why when you hear SPMTs going by on Starbase Live, they make a noise. What's rolling? That's Ares 1's launch table, Flavia. It looks like Blue bought it, and if I had to guess here, that it very much looks like they are going to build a second stage test stand with Ares 1's launch table and their GS2 testing device over here. This thing is what... That thing right there is what they put on Complex 36 to turn their stages upright and turn the GS2 upright and test it on the pad. They use that to hot fire the stage. Now, obviously, there's no pad left for it to attach to. We saw them move the piece. Well, the piece that this attaches to is broken. It's bent. I told you that the other day. It looks like Blue is going to build a GS2 hot firing stand somewhere. That's my guess. But using Ares 1's launch deck is just cool. At least it's getting used. No, they're offloading it, Riz, which is interesting. That's certainly weird. Anyway, yeah, I'll thank you for letting me know, dudes. That's weird, man. Never thought I'd see this thing used for anything, dude. That thing is like 20 years old almost, which is crazy to me. All right, I'm gonna leave that up there, and it looks like the booster did a spin prime, which is cool. Anyway, back to what we were doing with the cranes. I think a tapered wheel would probably be better. Metal doesn't age bad. On the Cape, where there's a ton of salty air, though... I mean, it looks like that thing has been abandoned for a little while, because it has. That was part of the Constellation program, dude. All 4 Artemis R25s are in the servicing bay. Wouldn't Blue Origin have to get permission from Congress to do anything with that launch table? No, I think that's discretionary KSC proper, so... Alright. How am I gonna make... that's ideally what I would want here, dudes. I really would want non-train wheels. Like, do we do a wheel that's tapered? A tapered wheel, like a train? Or... because then that would make making the rail piece... would be really easy to make. Or do we make the wheel go over it like that? That would be nicer. I think they spin primed it, Kelly, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not 100%. Spin prime with no detonation suppression. Keep it simple. So, Spoiled, where I'm at is that this would be easier to make. The tapered wheel, easier to make, easier to build in KSP, easier to model, easier to come up with the good gliders. This would get us better traction. The we'll call it grooved wheel. That'll get us, well, not better traction. That'll get us better collision, but that is a much harder glider to replicate it's a much harder glider to make. Every glider in Gliderbox and KSP has to be convex. You can't make a concave glider like this. Doesn't work that way. Now, that being said, I could fudge it. We could fudge the Gliderbox. Absolutely. But the tapered wheel and a rail would be probably a better design for now. The top left looks like a face. The arrow line could be a smile. More complicated glider invites the Kraken. No, not really. The more complicated collider is going to screw game performance because it has to render a bunch of individual collider boxes physically. It's not that bad, dude. It's just that would be such a high fidelity collider for such a small part. It would bog the game down. Have you ever had to account for Kerbal survival in any of your builds? I don't design missions around potentially stranding Kerbals, dude. When we do missions, it's very rare that I'll strand somebody because I'll sit here and think about the mission until it's done. Don't bridge cranes use train-like wheels? Let me see if I can get a close-up of a bridge crane wheel. Yeah, see, it's grooved. See that? How in the frick would I make that? Three-part assembly. All right. Let me think. The bridge crane company I used to work for used rail style wheels, so a tapered wheel. We could do a tapered wheel. If it doesn't work, we could try that. The tapered wheel is just going to be easier to make. That's all. It's just going to be easier to make the thing. Could you just put two truncated cylinders facing each other, as each facing each other as the collider for the grooved wheel? So you're saying, like, if we model a grooved wheel like that, we could make the collider box two tapered cylinders like that. So yeah, that'd work. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, that would work just fine. Colliders can collide with each other. You can have clipping collider boxes. That's fine. So basically, the grooved wheel, we could take two taper. The collider shape could be two tapered shapes like this. Think like a Duncan butterfly, like the yo-yo. That'd work. Yeah, that should do it. My only thing is that with this, you have a seam right there. You have a seam between the convex mesh colliders that could cause problems. Let's open up Maya. Let me check something. Yeah, colliders do, the hitboxes on stuff does move around a little bit, JSpeed, relative to the modeled part, but it's not as much as you might think. The thing is, it's under load, that's all. They're moving the... GS2 hot fire stand here. What is the meaning of life? 42. Sometime today. I love empty scenes. Guest prop? Oh boy. It's a cube. First asset 1, perhaps? Nope. That's an SRB. Yep. Okay. That's cool, but that's not what we want. New test parts 2. Ah, that is what I'm looking for. Oh, give it a good rub. The frick? Oh, must have just used prop actual. Interesting. So this is the hinge part that I made a long time ago. I just wanted to see how I made the collider for it. Yep. Yeah, that's how I did it. I sectioned each piece out into small pieces to make the clevis. Is this what your degree is in, this type of work? Yes. Okay. So yeah, I made this part for Kerbal that sandwiches one of the G11 hinges. It sandwiches it together, and it uses same vessel collision between parts to make it stronger. If we go here, I made this piece, and this is not particularly useful for what we're trying to do here, but you can take a G11 hinge, right? Put it there, and then I have the top piece, right? And you can attach the top piece to it. And if you put same vessel interaction on these two pieces, right, you make a hinge that is absurdly strong. It's way stronger than the original hinge. That is super useful for building launch pads. If you're building a transporter erector that tilts. So I did make that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that was a very useful part. I'm trying to make kind of the similar thing over here. See, part of me is just take the fairing, take that fairing and just make it a solid piece. That might work. You put these parts online. I haven't released anything easy breezy, but I mean, we could one day. You'd definitely be interested in using some of these. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Okay. All right, yeah, all right, drummer. Okay. All right, I think I know what I want. We can do the double tapered wheel. That might have some...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm not sure about double collidable hitboxes. That might break things. So, you know, I was worried about the two tapered wheels coming to the center, right? And then having a seam there. If we make them crisscross each other, that should fix that problem. But I don't know about clipping collider boxes on a part. That might do weird things. Really, the only way to... It's really only one way to find out, I suppose. All right, well, let's use the new test parts pack here, and let's go from there. So let's make a new poly modeling, new surface primitive here. All right, how are we gonna do this? Let's figure out the diameters that we want for these parts. So for the rail and everything, that's pretty much what we're gonna do, Grizz. We need to make, yeah, we're gonna need to make a rail piece or make it work on something that already exists. But the thing is that, don't know, man. I mean, my mind's telling me to just take this diameter, make a freaking cylinder. Just make a cylinder piece that's this far, and just place that there. And then we could just slap the stupid fairing texture on it and call it a day. That would fix the problem, because it's not counting it as a fairing, but as a solid part. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? The other part of me is like, make the rails and make the wheels work and everything. But trade-offs here. Trade-offs in time. Can you have the two collider cones just be just short of touching? Yeah, more or less, but I don't know. We might be able to clip them and it might not be an issue. Bet it's not a problem. Parts don't check collision against itself. Yeah. Hey, King. How you doing? 43-month resub. Hey, Toasty. What's up, dude? I think the rails would be a better solution. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, okay, I can make this piece, right? But am I just gonna make a freaking pole that's that long, right? I mean, I could just make a cylinder that's this long and just attach things to it and just call it an EJ conduit or whatever, right? That would absolutely work. Yeah, that's doable. Yeah. I mean, but if we were going to do something... Well, actually, the EJ conduit would probably be a good idea, dudes, now that I'm really thinking about it. But what happens if we need another length? We should make it so they're attachable, right? But if we make them attachable, that's going to make a seam, and that's just something that the fuselages can get hung up on, right? That's why I'm, like, inclined to say the wheels and stuff, because the wheel pack, I could like, you know, we just make a cylinder. All right, whatever. Just made a cylinder. Great. That'll work with what we're trying to do. But the wheel pack, the wheel and trucks and bogie pack will offer a lot of configurability for different applications. That could make a big difference. We do a lot of cool stuff with that. Just something to ponder. You look 15 years younger with no beard. Thank you. I'll take that. Connor, you try the EJ conduit first, and if that doesn't work, try the wheels. You can make them different lengths, like the structural pieces in game already. Then once this is working, you can make wheels and rails for the future. That's just you, though. Yeah, dude. Isn't it called the DOS conduit? Well, I'm proposing making an EJ conduit. Oh, dude. Oh, I just came up with such a good idea. I'm scope creeping myself. Damn it. No. Stop it. Stop that. Stop scope. Stop. The idea would be to make modular configurable buildings. So, like, if you take a look at the structures here for the, for this, it's just the same repeated lattice, steel lattice structure over and over again. You make that into a part, you could just stack up and make your own integration buildings instead of making them out of SRBs, which would be really cool. And that would lower the part count on the buildings too. But we're not doing that. Not right now. That's a good idea. We'll log that one for later though. Make the resin have them length adjustables like the structural tubes. I don't know how to do that, dude. Yeah. Let's just make the stupid tube. I'm gonna save this. And we'll just put it in here as potential KSP brain parts. I like this idea. We could do this. Upper left looks like a happy character of some kind. Here, let me get rid of that so people stop saying that. No happiness is allowed in here. Get measurements. How long does this thing need to be, and what would the diameter need to be? It would look so cool with this, though. I will admit. It would look pretty cool, huh? Do you think KSA will be optimized for high part counts? You should be able to do it, yeah. Yeah. Let's just build the tube. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We'll X out of that. And I need... We need to go into saves, engineering mode 22, ships, SPH. MSTR4, find fairing shape. All right, it's fairing size. Okay. Part fairing size 1. Now we modified the modules here. The radius is 0.463 meters, and the height is 21 meter. Oh, well, there you go. There's your measurements. We need to make something that's 0.46. 0.46 is alluding to this radius right here, right? It's that radius, and then the height is the length is the segment here. That's 21 meters, because it's these fairings. Because these fairings in the R4 craft file are all, see, these are one fairing piece. See how it's kind of breaking apart like that, as opposed to these ones breaking apart into pieces. See what I'm talking about? Let's go down a little bit more. Fairing size. $14. Okay, 15. Okay, so yeah, we're 14.46, so we can make it 15 meters long to account for the fairing plate and everything, and then the nose cone at the end by 0.463. This shouldn't be too hard to do. Go into Maya here, delete that, give me a primitive here. You don't necessarily need it to be so ridiculous. We could probably get away with 12. No. You know what? 20 on the primitive should be fine. Let me just check something real quick. We're working units as meters, up axis Y, angulars in degrees. All right, cool. Settings are good. Instead of making a new part, why don't you just use an empty solid fuel stage? It's not the right diameter. It's too big. We need this custom radius, 0.463. It's essentially the inside of, to measure, to get this right, it's essentially the inside of the inner wall of the hinge piece. So, yeah, that's right. Killer. All right, that's good. So that's the diameter that we need. Now we just got to make it the right length. So I'm going to go create, and we said we need it to be, we need to measure on a distance tool. I didn't like that. We need to create the measuring tool again. Set that to 15 meters. It floated it a little bit, but that's okay. All right, now go into our shape here. Right? And we're going to go into our vertex tool, right? Go here. Make sure those are aligned with the 0-axis edge. We should probably make sure that locator 1 is, to be precise, is the same. Yeah, 15001. Perfect. You didn't know that KSP was this crazy? Guys, I'm working in a modeling program to make parts for KSP. This is... This is not part of Kerbal. This is Maya. This is a 3D modeling program. How was the movie? Good, man. Yeah. Definitely a movie theater watch event. There it is, EJ conduit. So freeze the transforms on the conduit. And then we got to modify the pivot point on the entire structure to be down here. There. Oh. There you go. The DSS not going off. Big weird moment. It just looked like it was a dump instead of all the motors spooling up. Strange. 1107 is vertical at McGregor. Cool. Neat. All right. So now what we're going to do... You know what? Might be able to get away with something funny here. Let's go into the create polyagonal primitives, go into cylinder. So this thing needs to be UV'd. So I'm just gonna move that one off to the side a little bit, right? And let's just say prototype, right? That's basically what we need. But if we go into the, yeah, see, we can create the UVs. We go into the radius, we don't want, oh yeah, we do want the radius to be 0.46463 basically on the dot, and we want the height to be 15 meter. If we create that primitive, right, it's the same thing, but this already has the UVs laid out for us, because we are literally just making a cylinder. That's it. UVs are already made. Okay, that's the piece that we need. EJ conduit. Save. The requested file type does not have write support. Save as. Okay, we'll save it as a binary. Whatever. All right, we can get rid of the prototype. We don't need that anymore. All right. Now I gotta... Oh, frick. How the hell do I do this again? We gotta export it into a Unity scene. Chad, anybody have documentation on this? Now there's two tubes. Twabs. Balls. It's better than Oppenheimer, you think? Tib, you got something for me there? The KSP1 modding Bible on GitHub. All right, let's see. Whoop. We need Unity and part tools. We made the hinge piece on the other computer make. I don't have it installed on Canard. Are you the NSF guy? Yeah. I'm the NSF guy. Are you the NSF viewer? .6 gigs. It's going to take a second to download. Thank you, Tib, for this, by the way. This development kit provided by Squad to create 3D models and parts, IVAs, and KSpedia pages. You can download the package from this thread on the forum. Due to the recent instability of the forums, here's a mirror. All right. Oh, yes, part tools. I remember now. You're a viewer, yes? Right on, man. Yeah, no, I'm on the, yeah, no, I'm EJ. Flame Trench, commentary, and a really good time. I'm making parts for KSP so I can make cranes in KSP. Yeah. Well, at least... kind of. You'll see. Yeah, Chris, I think that Christopher Nolan portrayed the Odyssey very well. Yeah. Between all the things that are in the original epic by Homer, yeah, it's a really good rendition of it, dude. There's some parts where I'm like, all right, but yeah, for the most part, pretty cool. I'm really the NSF guy. I'm the guy. One thing I like about living in the future is how fast that actually downloads. That's pretty nice. That's pretty good. How's Brimo doing? Working, but we're good. Yeah, everything's good today. For once. Ish. I'm the funny guy. I'm Rocco. I'm the funny guy. Oh, old version of Unity. Wow. Unity! You mean to tell me all the bugs and Kraken strikes are out of KSP, Fluffy? Oh, I'll have a Coke then. I'll have a Coke. I'll have a Coke. I'll have a Coke then. That's like 2 days old. Yeah. Yummy. Did you see the tea and gone pictures I sent you on Discord and forget it was me because my name doesn't match my Twitch name? I did see it. I didn't forget it was you. Nope. The actress in the movie had no idea how to hold a bow or aim it. Look, man. If that is the only gripe that people have with the movie, that Matt Damon can't string a bow correctly and hold the bow correctly, I think it was pretty good. It's not a bad flick, guys. It's something you're like, let me put it this way. Like, I'm not gonna go, like, if I was flipping through the channels on the television and I saw it, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. That's the Odyssey, but I don't need to watch this. It's definitely a movie you want to go see in the movie theater, though. Like, I'll say that. But I don't know, dude. It's like, okay. I have a weird question while this is installing. Do you guys rewatch Christopher Nolan movies? Like, how many times have you seen Interstellar? How many times have you seen Oppenheimer? Right? How many, like, I've only seen Interstellar like once, twice maybe, right? Like, yeah, 4 or 5 times. Like, okay, for reference, I've seen, like, Tommy Boy probably hundreds of times. That movie's hilarious. I could watch it over and over again. I mean, I get it. You're not going to be comparing Tommy Boy to Interstellar. Is a little ridiculous. But, it's the same kind of thing as James Cameron with Avatar. How many times do you see Avatar? The original one. The movie that's supposed to be the big cutting-edge thing of special effects. How many times you watch that? I've watched it once. And I was like, all right, that's cool. He did not do Tommy Boy. Absolutely not. No. Like the Batman trilogy, I'll admit I've watched Dark Knight maybe 3 or 4 times. But the point is that I don't know if that's just a Christopher Nolan thing, and it's not to detract from the fact that it's an amazing movie. It's just, yeah. You can go see it. You see it once. It's a great movie and be done with it. Go watch it in the theater. It's fun. It's a fun movie, but it's like not a movie. If I was flipping through the channels on the TV, I'd be like, yeah, I'm watching this. No. And that just got me thinking that no Christopher Nolan flick really is. I've seen Oppenheimer once. I saw it. It's cool. I appreciate it. And then you move on. Imagine a world where Christopher Nolan did Tommy. Well, I'd probably watch it once and then never watch it again. You went to Barbie. Don't lie about Oppenheimer. We Barbenheimered it. Bree and I did. We saw a double feature in the theater. I've never spent the entire day at a movie theater before that day, which was weird. Is this gonna, be done installing? Man, it's been at 99% for a really long time. I'm pretty sure that's not 99%. Can we get back to engineering loading bars that actually work correctly, or? Anyway. So what I'm trying to do, guys, is basically just make a damn tube. make a tube to replace the two left-right fairings here and see if that fixes the crane. If it doesn't, then we'll get into making crazier crane parts. But yeah, it's honestly, we're just gonna make 2 gray cylinders and call it a day. Your first ever double viewing at the cinema was Flintstones and Star Trek Generations. You're dating yourself a little bit, huh? But anyway, yeah, I would say that Odyssey is pretty cool. Like, it's a good flick, and it's a good flick. If you watch it in the theaters, you won't be disappointed. It's a fun popcorn flick. Just go. Yeah. It'll take you for a ride, which is cool. Like, yeah, it'll take you for a ride. Like, you're not gonna be bored, that's for sure. That bug of the bar getting stuck at 99% happened to me, and I don't remember how I fixed it. Yeah, part tools will allow you to make an MU. Alright, cool. We don't need the Slick 6 picture right now. Close Notepad for now. Did I watch it in IMAX? No, I just watched it in a regular movie theater. It was really good. It would be something you'd want to watch in IMAX, let me put it that way. Now I feel bad for giving you a broken Unity installer. Dude. This is modding, baby. This happens. Probably shouldn't do this way, but we're gonna. There we go. It's removing the old Unity installation there. May the Schwartz be with you. But yeah, Odyssey is a pretty good movie. Yeah, pretty good. I think it portrayed it well. It's a great flick. I don't know, dude. There's just something about it where I'm just like, man, it's a good movie. All right, sweet. I enjoyed it. Maybe it's just because I'm not really into like antiquity like I am other things, but I do like it. The dogfights in IMAX from Dunkirk were nutty. Yeah, good call, man. You see they're making Super Troopers 3. Yeah. I didn't watch 2. Where'd you rate it with Gladiator? Oh. Ooh. Oh, I like Gladiator more. But different times in antiquity. commander of the Northern Army, and I will have my revenge in this life or the next. Oh, dude, I don't know if you can compare it. I'd say Gladiator, but you like films about gladiators. All right, Tib, let's see if she goes. That seems right. Man, if you're watching the VOD, you probably could just skip like forward 5 minutes, see what happens. Gladiator and the Odyssey is not comparable. Yeah, I mean, one's Rome and the other one's Greek. Like, different times in antiquity. That's why I said that. Go, 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 go. Gonna make it? Gonna make it? Gonna make it? Ghost Rider 51 month resub.
Throttle up.
Have you seen Mando and Grogu? I have. It's good. Yeah, Mandalorian and Grogu is pretty cool. I just don't really get why that needed to be a movie, but it was good. I enjoyed it. There are some parts where I'm like, there were some parts of Mando and Grogu where I was like, what? What's happening here? Why can you speak English? Why do you speak English? And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Why do you speak English? Stop speaking English. Stop it. Stop it. No. Other than that, though, pretty good. Like, that was my big one, dude. Like, when I'm watching a movie, dudes, how I judge if it's a good movie is if I can lock in on the story and stay locked in on the story. And not have times in the movie where I'm like, what the frick? What are you doing? What's happening? Right? I will say there were times during Mando and Grogu where I was like, what is happening right now? I don't understand. Yeah, if I have to sit there, if you're conveying a story and I have to sit there and be like, what just, hey, it worked. What just happened? Then, yeah, like, not in a good way. I want to be like, oh my god, what just happened? I don't want to be like, why did you... Alright. It's just... Alright. Okay, we got past that step. Now we got to fire up... We gotta fire it up. Fire up Unity! To use Unity, you have to have an active license. Please download Unity Hub and activate your license. I thought for... I fucking hate the future, dude. I hate it. That's one part I don't like. I thought you didn't need this for the older part tools. No, I don't want to create an account. I need to sign in. Eh? Oh, you gotta reset your password in your email. You reset this, you piece of not. Create new password. Okay, new password is passwords are dumb. There we go. Is that where? Oh no, I have to have a special character in it. Okay. Password has been reset. Go back to sign in. Continue. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Verification code. Here we we gotta verify this. Two-factor is just wasting everyone's time. As if you already have the email address for the thing. It's stupid. What? Sorry. Never. No. Unity has updated its terms of service. Oh, let's read the fine print. You using this app allows Unity to sew your mouth to the butthole of another Unity user. Oh. Oh yeah, let's do that. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course you're gonna mine my data. Why wouldn't you? Well, it's saying, seriously, it's saying we need your data to make the service better. Yeah, of course you do. Sure you do, bud. Oh, yeah, no, I'm sure that's what you're using it for. We want to make your user experience better, so we're going to take your data. No. Boop. Yep. Your download will begin automatically. Here, have some bloatware to get the thing that you're trying to working. Did you see all the RS-25s for Artemis 3 are at Kennedy right now? Yes, I did. Your download will begin automatically. Well, it hasn't. Kick booties. Need missile command on the monitor under the Kato sign. That guy is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Vanilla pesto. Chat, which one? You want the cuttlefish and asparagus or the vanilla pesto? By hitting agree, you are thereby allowing Apple to sew your mouth to the butthole of another iTunes user. Sorry. This is so stupid. An ungodly amount of dumb. Okay, almost got this figured out. I don't want Unity 6.5. I need to get the regular Unity open. Alright, so Unity, go. I'm not showing any of this on the screen just in case it shows something like personal info or something. Give me 1 sec, dudes. Oh, that cuttlefish and asparagus is not sitting well. I had this all configured on my other computer, dudes, but... This is really stupid. It sees the install, but yeah. Project. I don't want a template for this. Leave me alone. .3D with extra, post-processing, optimized for 3D applications developed with the built-in render pipeline. All right, cool. Create new project. Unity Hub is stupid. All right, there we go. Cool. Hey. Hey, here it goes. Hey, look at us. After 45 minutes, we finally made it to the stupid freaking program. All I'm trying to do is make a damn tube. I just want to make a tube and put it in Kerbal. Hold on. No. The internet's full of tubes, and all I want to do is take one of those tubes and have some internet here in KSP. That's all I'm trying to do. Did we do it? Are we in? We need to roll back the dependency used by part tools. First, download Texture Mesh Pro. Open it, just once. Texture Mesh Pro, very nice. Do I look like I know what a Unity framework is? I just want a picture of a gosh dang tube. I just want a model of a gosh dang tube. In the Unity editor, uninstall the built-in Texture Mesh Pro package by going to Windows, Package Manager. No. Does it want me to remove it? Hold on. Texture Mesh Pro and uninstalling it. Okay. No. Remove. Bye-bye. Can you link up the guide that you're using? You could use the IO Object MU plugin for Blender if you're making such a simple part. No, I'm good. I already have Maya, dude. We're good. Now, the guide said, assets import package. I think that will do the same thing. Okay, cool. We're good. Texture Mesh Pro. Import. Go. Look at us. Who would have thought? Import package. We need part tools now. So no, not that. There we go. Let's go over here. Part tools. Import to. Part tools. Part tools. All right. Go to Tools, KSP Part Tools in the Part Tools window and position it somewhere convenient for yourself. Set data directory and navigate to your game data folder. Oh, Part Tools. What's the target line? Game data folder. I think that's it. Should we set it to... Well, we don't want it to game data prime, though. Let's just go with that. Now, Buddy says... Close the project and restart. Okay. Nice Kerbal. Tib, we did it. Tib, we did it. Okay. Lights. Okay, so now we gotta get the stupid part. We need to export the conduit. Export selection. No, we need... We need to export it as an OBJ. Get rid of the inputs. It doesn't really need texture information. The UVs should be set up already. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. The next available operator will be with you shortly. That's horribly placed. It's fine. It's fine. Export selection. No inputs there. We want to export as an OBJ. Include the texture information. Export selection. EJ conduit export. All right, so now go over here into Unity. We need to go find that folder. Open new tab, documents, Maya, projects, new KSP assets, scenes. FBX. Where the hell did I just export that thing to? Dumb. It looks like it wanted an FBX because all the other Hinge files are exported as an FBX. Let's see if we have FBX export. Yes, we do. Okay, export selection. EJ conduit FBX. Boom. What scene folder is that in? It's probably we probably don't have the project set, so yeah, it's exporting to default. No wonder I couldn't find it. Gotta set the project first, idiot. Cool. All right, go in here, refresh conduit.fbx, and then what we should be able to do is drag this bad boy, no, not into Maya, get the hub open, and yeet. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? Look at that. Look at that tube. It's amazing. Now I need to export out EJ Conduit as an MU. So we got to go back over here. Game data, EJ parts. The DDS is the texture, MU is the model file, CFG is the config. Okay. And then we also got to configure attachment points too, and that's in the CFG. That's not hard. Dean, you were not expecting... This was not what I was expecting when I clicked on this. What do you mean? Methane, apparently there was a man-pad, man-portable air defense system threat at LaGuardia Airport. Ended up being non-credible, but the audio was crazy to hear. Interesting. Ooh, stock-alike part balancing. Very nice. This is really, really useful, actually. Oh, wow. This is super useful. Cool. Ah, segment counts. All the different radii. That's cool. Dude, this is super useful. I wish I had this back in the day. Trey, I'm building a tube. That's all. All right, so let's get the tube into KSP. We got to go into part tools. Oh, I forget how to do this. I think this is what you do. Then you got to add a component, if I'm remembering right. We need to add... No, that's new script. KSP. Part tools. Got it. All right, new model. EJ conduit. I can't believe I remembered how to do this. Select folder, write texture format as a PNG. PNG is the smallest, right. Bingo. All right, so let's do a new folder. EJ conduit. Put the .mu in there. Right, now let's take my CFG file from the hinge clevis, put it in here. Oh. EJ conduit. We have to make sure we copy that to make sure that in the CFG it's the exact same thing. All right. Okay. That's the thing open. We got to rename it. Conduit.cfg. Go here. Yes, rename it. EJ conduit. Go. Part author. The entry cost. EJSA hybrid tech. Conduit brain part. Eric Johnson hybrid tech. This part is used in making rails for a bridge train utilizing the structural fuselage as a bogey. The mass on this thing, let's say 3 tons. It's gonna be pretty hefty. Crash tolerance, very strong. Max temp, really strong. All right. Okay, so now we got to work on our attachment nodes. If we go back over here, no, we need to go into Maya. All right, so let's go here. The stack node on the top and the bottom.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Scoff, 53-month resub. Thank you. Stack node top needs to be... we need to go into Maya. We need to create a locator. We need to set top locator position up here. Zoom in on it. Translate positive y 7.5. So x, y, so that needs to be 7.5. That'll give us the top attachment node. And then this one needs to be negative 7.5 because the part is centered. File, save. Crash tolerance 100 meters a second. Braking force 2000, braking torque 2000, and it can't get very. It has more or less the thing. Configuration steel. Crane part, okay. Saved. All right, let's go back into Kerbal and let's quit. Got to reload the database. Reloading the database in Kerbal doesn't really work too well. Coordinate 0 is the middle of the part. I'd have to go relook at the surface attachment rules make, but I made attachment nodes basically at the top and bottom here, and since it's a node attachment piece, I'm not too incredibly worried about it. So now X out of Unity, close that down, just minimize everything, minimize Unity Hub, and restart this bad boy. Random, but I decided since a few days ago that I would learn coding in C# and use Unity to learn making games. All right. Don't stop. Emery, if I hear that you're bored of this in a month, I'm going to be a little annoyed. Learning C# is useful, and it's something that you should... It's something that you should do, frankly. It's something that I should do, dude. Now, to be honest with you, fellas, you know how stuff gets done? Persistence. It's not whether you can and can't do it.
This is
Of course
space.
you can do
I'm in
it.
space.
Do you have the persistence to be able to get it done? That's all. That's, as I get older, that's the real thing that I learn. You know, because when I was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, when I was a lot younger, let's say, when I was a lot younger, I was like, no, I'm not smart enough to learn that. Now, that's bullshit. You absolutely are. You're smart enough to learn anything. Are you smart enough to be able to learn it and then do it persistently? Persistence is the key here. With any project, you keep doing it. You knock out a little bit every day. You'll get stuff done. Why are you not using Blender? Because I'm proficient in Maya and Blender sucks. If you have Maya available and I have Maya available to me. Modeling is awesome, Alangar. It's fun. Good time. Dude, 18-year-old EJ would be pumped at 38-year-old EJ. Let me put it that way. Like, bro, you learn rocket science, you teach people rocket science, that's awesome. Like, 18-year-old me would be like, dude, your job rules. I know, because 38-year-old me is like, dude, your job rules. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really fun. But the only thing that got me to the point that I'm at where I could just pop into NSF and hang with the best talking about rockets and whatever, and talk to Jared Isaacman and stuff is because I persevered. You just got to keep going. That's all. Easy peasy. And to be very clear, I'm not saying that Blender sucks. I'm saying Blender sucks if you have Maya. I have Maya. I have a legit copy of Maya available to me that I definitely wrote off for tax purposes. I'm not being sarcastic. I absolutely did. I have Maya. They rolled out, Autodesk rolled out with a new subscription service for a light version of Maya for like light commercial use, which is exactly what I'm doing here, right? And yeah, super useful. Yeah, it's not really expensive. It's like $300 a year. That's fine. It's just for light commercial use. It's a very stripped down version of Maya, but if we're just making KSP parts, ain't no thing, dude. All right, let's see if our part exists. Let's make this, and let's see if... Uh-oh. I broke something. We have an offset surface attachment node, which is not right. You got to do the clatter box. Yeah, I can't click on these parts because you have to do the clatter box, idiot. Also, the hinge part is not happy. So let's go back over here. God, I'm an idiot sometimes. Please tell me I copied it. Oh, good. I did. How about we go ahead and delete that? Give me 1 second. Bye-bye. Get rid of that. Reopen the conduit part just to make sure. All right, so we have some offset attachment nodes. And we don't have a collider box either. We're gonna have to go back into Maya. Does this thing have a thing on CFGs? That's Copernicus. Blender geometry nodes. That's IBA creation, part modding. Pairing elements config, fixing normals. Tib, you got something? Thank you. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Talk is cheap, Emery. Get it done then. XYZ orientation, XYZ in size. X, Y, and Z is the 3D coordinate direction. The node points is represented as a 3D vector, which tells the game where the connected parts should align. Wow, that actually worked. Node attach perimeter defines the anchor point for part surface attachment. Like radial decouplers, it specifies the part's physical mounting position and orientation. So we need 0, 0, 0. Set an attachment node at the direct center of a part facing downward, -1. So 4 zeros, -1, 0, 0. Okay. Save that. Is designing rockets, even if you don't build them, a good way to show at least some understanding to internships? I think building flight hardware would be probably better, dude. You know what we should do? We should go out of here, go into squad parts, structural. Hang on. That's why we have the offset. It's on the attachment node. All right. We don't want that. Give me 1 second. X, Y, and Z. So we have it's point, hang on. 0.463 divided by 2. 231. All right. So this one should be minus 0.231. Save, and that is the vector location. All right, that config file should be good to go. Now we have to go back over here and then honestly just duplicate this conduit collider, and then we need to export conduit collider selection. Hello. Copy that. I remember how to do this. Export selection, conduit collider FBX. You gotta select the thing first, dickhead. I'm putting parts in Kerbal. I'm remembering the pipeline to do that, guys. That's what's going on, just in case anybody's wondering. Export selection. All right, now we go into Unity, right? And then go back over here. Conduit collider. Okay. Now, how do I get both of these things to... Oh, I remember. Get rid of that. So go here. The collider. Oh, how do we tell it that it's the collider? I forget. How did I do that? How did I do it? How did I do it? How do I do it? KSP, prop collider. Add required component type box collider or capsule collider or character collider or mesh collider or sphere collider. Mesh renderer, mesh filter. You add component, then physics mesh collider. It's in physics? Oh, thank you. Perfect. There we go. And the collider should be under the main FBX. And then we go into part tools, right? Remember to enable it as convex. Yes. Needs to be a convex mesh collider. Thanks, 10th. Dude, I knew I had to do it. I forgot how to, though. Now, 10th, if we export it with it parented under the main part, that should do it, right? Do we have to delete the mesh filter? Yeah, let's do that. Get rid of it. Let's try it. Hey, Pally Joe. Does it have to be so difficult, or could you just create a cylinder in Fusion or Tinkercad? Does this have to be so difficult? I don't... what do you mean have to be so difficult? This is... what I'm working on, Pally Joe, is getting the part into Kerbal. Making the part didn't take long. It's not the CAD that's being a pain in the butt, it's the config. Three out of 4 main weather models show the tropical storm now headed straight for Starbase on launch day. Oh, that's good. Hey Drew, something I wish I had learned when I was younger, write it down. Any note to yourself is way faster than relearning. True that. Yeah, no, Pelly, that's a Unity scene. This is the Unity scene right here. This is not the CAD, this is the export software to get it into Kerbal. I'm just making a big old cylinder. It's just a tube. I'm happy that we did this way now that I'm thinking about it, because it allowed me to relearn the part export pipeline, you know? Cranes and crane accessories.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tube. All right, let's see. Let's see if we did it right. I got it in this special CIA napkin. All right, so first of all, did I fix the hinge parts? Yes, both of the hinge parts are now correct. All right, now what about my tube? Well, the attachment points on the tube are correct, but we don't have a render mesh here. So something is still wrong. So get out of Kerbal. I know what I did wrong. Remove the component, put these both under a big empty, a game empty, and add part tools to the empty. That's got a mesh renderer. Maybe we should just do the UVs. Conduit UV. And let's make it, yeah. Great. Oh, yeah. It picked up the alpha channel, that's all. It basically just, if we didn't put a texture on it, it's going to display it as transparent. EJ conduit PNG. Save it in the UKSP assets folder. Save. There we go. It's gray. We made a gray tube. All right, now we got to go back over here and go into here. Maya documents. Nope. Docs. Maya projects. New assets. Images. Conduit. There it is. Whoop. All right, so we added it to this Unity scene. Conduit.fbx, and then I'm pretty sure if I just take this and drag this onto there. Yeah. It gave it the conduit. There we go. Gave it the conduit texture. Excelente. Right textures. Boom. All right, that wrote right to KSP, I'm pretty sure. Conduit.png. And if we open it up, it's... Yep, it's just that. Okay, cool. Ooh, it might not pick up on it. We might have to write it as a DDS. Yeah, I think we have to. So go in here. Jared is flying his MiG over the air shell. Cool. KSP should read PNG. Okay. Loading up Kerbal time. YouTube. Yes, yes. Paint.net is good for DDS. I have GIMP installed on this computer, guys, if we need to get fancy with the texturing. SpaceX post. Good. We can look at it while Kerbal is taking a long time to load. Additional pre-flight testing on Super Heavy complete. Starting preparations to launch Starship as soon as tomorrow. July 23rd. Weather is currently a significant watch item for launch. They ain't launching tomorrow. Nathan, do it. You think they can launch in the rain? I'm gonna go grab another drink of water while this is loading. I'll be right back. Dude, I just on a quick side note, dude, it's perfect timing. I have the mini split set to dry. It was 89% relative humidity in here. Now it's 59%. Dude, that thing's sick. It's awesome at dehumidifying things. I mean, not that we didn't know that, but yeah, it brought it down to 59 from 89%. It was soggy because it's so humid out because it rained. Oh, that's awful, Tessa, but all right. Seems like weather is bad all day until 5 p.m. at Starbase, then it clears out. Is the floor dry now? Oh, it's very dry, dude. Don't worry about that. Feed the condensation line to your Mustang. All the water ends up there anyways. Now, why you gotta go and bring that up? Why you gotta go and bring that up, dude? All right, ready? Well, it's there, but I think our offset nodes are in the wrong direction. Well, it's there. It works. Why are the offset nodes so far down? Shoot that guy. All right, that's an easy fix. What, are we gonna put a bilge in the Mustang now? No, how about I just get it to stop leaking? We gotta rebuild the cowl. We gotta take apart the cowl. Well, not rebuild it. We gotta take apart the cowl and clean it. This came out nice. It read the PNG okay, which is pretty good. Can you mirror in KSP? Yeah, of course. Oh. Oh yeah, that's very wrong. But they're there, and the collider is working. It's just the collider config. But so yeah, we figured out how to do it. Sick. Oh yeah, that's very wrong. I think we did it on the Y. We did the offset on the Y axis for the stack nodes. No, but no, that can't be right. The nodes are in the right spots. Hold on. Hello? Yeah, I see that, Toasty. They're offset too. The annoying thing is that we have to rebuild the database, and that requires restarting the friggin' game. I don't think that we can reconfigure the CFG. We can edit the CFG in real time for Kerbal. You got to restart the game. Or you could rebuild the database in the main menu. But database rebuild does not play nice with the mods, so... Known node definitions are stack top, stack bottom. Node stack bottom, XYZ, angular XYZ, and then size. Yeah, if we keep doing this in the future, dude, who knows? If I get a good workflow pipeline for quickly making parts in KSP and putting them in here, yeah, sure. A bone stock version of Kerbal would probably be a good idea. You know, I think for attach, let's just go 0, 0, 0. But I'm wondering XYZ, if Kerbal is Z up, and this configuration got us a big offset on one side versus another, that would mean that we need to put a 0 right here, and then that 7.5 needs to be there. And then we need to cut that, paste that there, and then put the 0 there as well. And then, so XYZ, Unity Z up, and then what are the rest of these configurations? Let's go, whoop. The next three values refer to the orientation on that particular node will accept on a scale of -1 to 1. These represent the vector that a part will orient itself when attaching to the node. For example, a fuel tank with node stack bottom will have angular X, Y, and Z values of 0, -1, 0. This represents a downward vector relative to the part in the negative Y direction. Oh, you could do a diagonal down vector. So Y is up. All right, so let's undo what we just did. All right, now where's the documentation on node attach here? If you get the flow going, I want 23-meter parts. Nice, Home Planet. That's cool. Okay, so the node stacks aren't bad. Something is still causing this to get whacked out in one direction or the other. Attach rules. Huh. See, Flecken, what's getting me, dude, is that this... What the frick is up with that? How wide is this offset? Hold on. It's like 5 meters off. Why is it 5 meters off? Let's go back and look at the test parts here. Okay, that looks all right. Now let's go Unity. We're carrying an offset there. There you go. Found it. We export the part 5 meters away from the origin point, it's going to break. So how about we just write that and just write it over again and just pretend that this never happened. Yeah, the empty locator was not right. That's all. Easy peasy. So the config was good. That makes me happy. Cool. Built that out. Reload KSP. 5 meters away from the blue origin point because of pad run. Okay, I'll be over here. You know, not talking to you. You know, I'll be over here just... Yeah, not talking to you at all. Okay, you do that. All right, I'm back. Did I miss any face-melting guitar solos? No. No, not today. Hey, Husker. Welcome to Mission Control, your go at throttle up. Hope you guys enjoyed me putting a tube into the game. A tube that literally does nothing. It's just a tube. But it's a really strong tube. Hey, Jay, I was thinking about it the other day. Do you have any plans to go back to MSC or Winter Car? No, not right now. My brain is so scrambled lately, Flykin, I'm just trying to focus on a core amount of projects. I'm thinking KSP, Satisfactory, maybe Cities, and Battlefield, and that's about it for the games that I want to play right now. I have way too much on my plate. And, yeah. So, probably not, no. The tube took 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds too long to make. Hey, Husker. I've been a very long time follower. Enjoy that you do. I'll go back to lurking now. If I had my cap, I'd be tipping it to you, sir. Thank you. Starship tonight. No. Probably not tomorrow either, reindeer. There's a tropical storm heading right for Starbase right now. SpaceX posted that they did complete their booster checkout testing, guys. They did a spin prime a little bit earlier in the day, and yeah. They said they're targeting tomorrow, but they said weather is an extreme watch item, whatever the hell that means. All right, let's go here. Put that down and... Oh, yeah! Look at this tube, baby! It's so bad. It's just a tube. It took us 3 hours to put a tube into Kerbal. But I had to relearn how to do it and install the software. That took most of the time. Oh, yeah! This guy bought aluminum tubes! Do I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube? Aluminum! Alright. Let's load up the gantry crane. Hercules, 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 Hercules! Does surface attach work with the tube? Oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah. It's 000 on the surface attach. We could configure it to -231 so it actually configures on the outside, but right now it's configuring on the centerline axis for it, but that's okay. Starship Downcomer. It's not big enough, but yes. Oh, dude. That makes me really happy. All right, let's go down here. All right, we will go and load up revision 5, 7, 22, 26. Now with more tubes. All right, cool. Okay, so here's the fun part. This is the fun part where I delete this freaking fairing piece and never have to see it again because it sucks. And then I get my tube. No, not the Windows key. Lycan, are you here? Lycan, look at it. It's beautiful. Lycan, look at it. It's a freaking tube. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out, but also it's a tube. Does it bend? No, actually, no. This thing will not bend at all. Actually, we could probably get rid of these to save on some part count. Get rid of that. But does it work? I don't know. I don't know. Same vehicle interaction. Does it bend like Beckham? What? I know what you mean, but also... What? What do all good rookies do with equipment? Do they test it? They test it. Tubes! Are you only making the bridge crane pieces, or will you replace the SRBs with structural parts? I had a really good idea, Halingar, for making modular structural parts, so you could just make whatever kind of service structure you want. But I don't know if I should do it. All right, this tube should solve all of our problems. Ready? Yeah. A duck. Can you ride the tube with wheels? Yeah, but all the wheels that are in the stock game, guys, are sprung parts, meaning they're suspension. You generally don't want suspension with a crane. Crane plus spring equals bad. So don't ride it till the wheels fall off. You see, I'm really bad at doing that. If I drive cars, I drive the wheels off of them. You know what I mean? Why the air brake? When we stow the telescoping hydraulics, it actually compresses them, drummer, and prevents them from drifting. It's an anti-banana disguise for you, drummer. Privet! BY. Cockadilla. What's up, buddy? How are you? Yeah, that's a good point, Rarest. If you have a crane and a spring, they got a word for that. It's called a catapult.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
This is what you can do with aluminum tubes. Accidental spacebar? Oh yeah? What's it gonna do? It's gonna do nothing. No, I took all the fuel out, dude. We're good. All right. Let's... Ready? Well, here goes nothing. It's gonna explode. I swear to God, dude. Hey! Wait a minute! My parts didn't explode! Yes! My parts didn't pop! Literally everything else did, though. Fuck. Nice, J-Speed. Okay, for real though, that should not have done that. My tube isn't bent. No. The thing it's on is bent. Just replace the other fairing with your tubes. I don't think that's gonna solve the problem, dude. That's an issue. So, funny jokes aside, that really shouldn't have done that. Your parts weigh too much? Well, facts, they're gonna be picking up something that's heavy, so... I don't know, man. I'm not happy that that did that, dudes. Why is it exploding when it docks before it's trying to lift? I don't know. I'll try replacing all of them, dudes. We'll see what happens. But I'm a little worried. Based off of what I just saw, we might be chasing the wrong problem. And that would be very upsetting. That would be very frustrating. Now the tubes don't reach the length that I want. So I'm not really sure what to do, but my parts didn't explode, but see, I have a feeling they will now, but we'll see. I just got to make sure the tank is in a spot where the crane can grab it. Dumb question, why not make them longer? This is just for testing purposes, dude. The Sox won again? Dude, no way. Bro, they freaking won. They won again, dude. Unbelievable. No freaking way. Hold on 1 second. Go Sox! Freaking go Sox, dude. Yeah, that's right. I just want to see how they won. Oh, Sedan had a huge hit. That's awesome, dude. Against who? They're playing the O's. That's cool. All right, let's try this. SCE to Sox. That's right. Oh, dude. That's awesome, man. The Rays won again. The Rays won, though, so we're 6.5 out. 4.5 out from the wild card. Pretty cool. All right. Well, let's try it again. Let's try this again with my parts. The Sox are above 500. They're 515, 51 and 48, 6.5 games out from the lead, 4.5 behind the Yankees in second, who are in second. The Red Sox are in third right now in the AL East, which is pretty cool. They're making it easy right now, dude. I can't believe that, dude. I can't believe they've won 15 in a row. That ties the franchise record, man. That's a big deal. Like, I know not you guys aren't sports ball. A lot of you guys aren't sports ball guys, but that's no joke, dude. It's not easy to win 15 baseball games in a row. Why the green spotlight? Because Hospital Green calms you down. I made it Hospital Green, dude. Because it calms you down, because integration is a very stressful thing to do in this game. It helps when the other team's runners are dum-dums. The Orioles are not a bad team, though. That's the thing. The camera resets, guys, when you dock, so watching like one particular part over the other is not going to make that big of a difference. But we're close enough. Let's see. Ready? Hello? It worked. It freaking worked. Frick you, fairing parts. My tubes are better, son, and mine don't bind up. Oh, there's something going by overhead over there. Now we just need a 20-meter long. We need a 20-meter long tube. Dude, it worked. Okay. Let's go right for the jugular. I'm going to do a test with this that you should never, ever do with any type of hydraulic equipment in Kerbal. And that's try to fly through it. No, this generally is really bad. Call this a stress test. I'm going to take a jet and we're going to fly through the damn thing. I didn't just drop a beer can, I swear. Will they be textured or stay gray? They are textured. They're textured gray. I mean, what would I do with them, Vargon? What do you want me to texture them? Ships moving? Got it. Here, let's yeah. Val, Bill. So, the object here is to fly something near this thing or get within physics range of the crane when it's holding something. That is a really good way to stress the hinges because you reloaded physics. It reloads the crane like in the physics simulation. When we get within 200 meters, you'll see the game stop for a second. Here we go. Watch it. Bro, let's freaking go, dude. I would also like to add that this helicopter has way too much tail rotor deflection, but whatever. I didn't like landing on the seam right there. Yeah, it's fine. We didn't need that. What was it? Don't know. You see it? Alright. Well, that's what went wrong there. So this is why you don't do this. Look, it bent the whole damn thing because it was under load. Okay. Nice. Why don't SpaceX crash their jets into boosters to test them instead of doing static fires? Right. Why do you think the NASA administrator is always flying around? Yeah, right? Yeah, that's a good point. Now make the whole structure out of tubes at various rescales. No. No! No. I don't want to go too crazy with it. So it did bend. That type of test right there, guys, shows where the thing is weak. So what I want to do, set max length there, and then give me another structural fuselage, right? No, we don't need those parts there. We can grandparent. Brain. This seems to have worked. The next thing we should do is just try picking something else up, putting it back down, picking it up again, and kind of going from there. And then the other thing is that we need a 20-meter version of this too. We need 15 meters, and then we need a 20-meter version of the same thing. Oh, the crane act different with a heavier load? That's what that test was supposed to do, Vargon. Because essentially, flying in, and it's something I would never do during like real integration processes. Flying in and having physics reloading the crane is like, think about it like this. It's like lifting the crane about a meter off the ground and then dropping it. That's what that does. And we saw the parts that bent, right? You saw the parts that bent based off of doing that. That shows me where the crane is weak. And I got a good idea of it where it's weak. It's weak over here because we attach these pieces this way. We attach these pieces on one side and they go all the way over. And that caused binding on this. But it didn't break, which is great. That's a good factor of safety from the Kraken, so to speak. Would it be worth it making a smaller static sleeve like the Mark I structural part, but smaller length? Yeah, I was gonna say J-Speed, isn't that what this is? That's what the conduits are. But yeah, you're talking about over here, I think. I mean, that's basically what we have. Let's test it again. Did yesterday's VOD get pinged for the air show? Not that I know of, dude. I put enough of my crappy guitar playing over it for it to not be an issue. Let's try it again, see if it works. I'm just gonna, normally what I would do with this is just wait till this is like perfectly aligned and kind of go from there. But what I want to do is just do a very quick latching here. And see what it does. Ready? I don't know why this is happening. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's happening. I don't know, GSP. I don't know what's causing it. I've never had this problem with I never had this problem with any other gantry crane. But then again, this is bigger than the other gantry cranes, so let me try something here, guys. I did a quick dock that time. I want to see another test. No, don't change anything. So the time before when it worked, I had control from here on that docking port figured out or selected. I had control from here on this docking port and it worked. And then I didn't have it last time and it didn't work. I do have another solution, potentially. All right, let's see what happens if we do this. Ship is on the road. I see it, Topical. There you go. That's cool. See that? What just did that when I undocked it? That's what's causing the problem. I'm starting to think it might just be something as simple as, I mean, J-Speed, you suggested making a custom sleeve piece that's way stronger than the structural fuselage. It's probably a good idea. Yeah. What I want to see is if it breaks again. Let's try it. Let's try this one more time. Frick? What the frick? All right. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You want to play it soft? Play it soft. You want to play it hard? Play it hard. Hey, Alleviate, what's up, dude? So, what I'm doing here is I'm putting I-beams up here, and these I-beams have a much higher collision tolerance than the structural fuselages, right? The reason why I couldn't use these before is because, well, the reason why I couldn't use them before is because they would get hung up on fairing fuselages, but we don't have that problem anymore. So, you know what? I'm not even going to do the outside ones. Screw that. We'll just do the inside ones. That should be enough. Gravity should do the rest. So the I-beams have a much higher collision tolerance. The tolerance is 80. My hybrid tech conduit parts have 100 meters a second tolerance. They're steel. They're made them out of steel. They're almost the same exact steel as whatever that I-beam is made out of. Material properties and stuff. KSP doesn't have friction. Unless it's a grip pad. How are you getting on? Life's been slammed. Finally watched Project Hail Mary like 6 light years later. I'm doing all right, dude. I have good days and bad days, but I'm doing okay. Just getting by. Doing my thing. Starship still on track? Yeah, but there's a big storm, dude. Ship 40 is rolling. Oh yeah, I see it. I must think whatever that problem... They must think they fixed whatever that problem was on 20. I would say that you are probably accurate in that assessment. All right, let's pick it up. Yeah, it's the shock load from the snap dock. The shock load from the snap dock surpassed the structural tolerances of the fuselage. The tolerances of the structure, the impact tolerance of the structural fuselages. That's what was going on. And most likely exceeding the fairings as well. And now I don't know why that does that with this particular design and not any of my other gantry cranes, but this did solve the problem. Let's say 13 is flawless. How fast do you guys think 14 will stack? I'd say sometime in August, dude. Weather should be a non-factor, but they said it would. Whatever. Getting some drift. I saw it, Bran. Yeah. It's just a little bit. You could see it right there. Think so, Geek? So, fellas, you see that? You see how the tubes are wiggling around? Kerbal has no way of telling you that a part is being crushed under load. It has no way of saying that. There's no soft body physics. It's not like Beam where you can smash up something and it crumples. That right there is Kerbal's way of telling you that that part is being crushed. Notice how the I-beams aren't doing it. The structural fuselages, which have a lot lower impact tolerance, they're not nearly as strong. Those are having a little bit of a problem there. Now let's jiggle the handle a little bit. Ready? Time warp. Interesting. They were binding up in position, but they're not doing it anymore. Time to make your own linear bearings to replace the structural fuselages. But it is pretty cool that we've gotten to a point where we have a crane that can time warp and it doesn't blow up. Now what happens if we try to go forward again? Not happy about the weight being on one side. It's the drift is doing it, J-Speed. But once again, yeah, see, we put it to this side, those ones start doing the same exact thing, see? They're starting to be crushed under the load. See what I'm talking about? Now, are these ones doing it over here? Nope. Interesting. I'm colorblind, so I never realized, but you always have... But have you always had red hair? Red hair? My hair is not red. It's brown. It's very brown. Yeah, see that? That's skin. Yeah. 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 It's here. See? It exists. It's there. Will you now replace the other structural fuselages with beams? I don't know, Liv. We're in a weird spot here, because this'll work. It'll work like this. I'm thinking, I think making our own structural fuselage might be a smart idea, though. To go with this. That's probably a good call. The question is, though, how the heck did they make that? EJ structural parts bag released to the community when? 3 part. Give me a second to build up a little more repertoire here. See, okay, here's where I'm at. Look, building the tube was the quick solution. This'll work. It'll work. But if we want it to work really well, we're going to need to build a structural fuselage and give it a much higher collision tolerance and make it a lot heavier for it to work. The I-beams work, but that thing really likes to move around. It sketches around a little bit. You know, the whole point of having the whole thing, the structural fuselage going all the way around it, is so the thing stays centered. It doesn't move to one side, right? So here's where I'm at. If we're going to take the time to build out the ring that goes around this, why don't we just make the crane pack? We saw there was sufficient data here through minimum viable product that we can do this. This is not that bad. Like, it's doable. So the wheel pack, etc., might, well, see, now, yeah. We're doing it. This is the project for a little bit. All right. Tomorrow. So I'm gonna give myself some homework, dudes. I'm gonna give myself some homework. I gotta read about bridge cranes. I gotta read about how they're put together. I gotta read about how they work. Tomorrow we'll do this. I'm serious. I'll make a whole bridge crane, because like I said, if we're gonna do the rings, we're gonna take the time to get the rings dialed in and make the collider for it, etc., etc. Let's just build the stupid bridge crane. It's not gonna take. It's if anything, I don't know. The bridge crane is not complicated shapes. It's a couple of models here and there. Do we have time tomorrow with Flight 13? SPMT noises. Bruh. If this thing goes, then no. Yeah, if Starship's on the table for tomorrow, then no. Hey, Ryan was right. They did put the decals on. Hell yeah. No catch pin. Or is that a vent? I don't know. It looks good, Hokey. They really... Tile team's been doing work, dude. It looks fantastic. Yeah, that's a vent. That's not a catch point. Catch point's further up. Kerbal Guy. Kerbal Project Motivation Fund. Thanks for all the great stuff. Maybe early hours, it depends. If Starship's gonna launch tomorrow, guys, I'm doing stakeout with NSF. And then we're covering the launch. Do we know if they resized the main tile geometry or not? No. No, it's... Hokey, they've used smaller tiles around major structural attachment points. So see right there? That's where the engine section attaches to the LOX tank. Yeah, they opted to go for a smaller tile there. Hokey, my guess would be mechanically that point is susceptible to bending. So you'd want smaller tiles to kind of hold the shape without them popping off, you know what I mean? Are you going to be doing a stakeout? It's most likely going to be with NSF, dudes. And by most likely, I mean it is. I do believe we have the schedule for it. Oh, nice! Oh yeah, I'm on for a long time, dudes. Hell yeah. Yeah, noontime to, I'm on from noontime to... to about 4 o'clock on the stakeout tomorrow. Yeah, so yeah, we got a lot of... They didn't put me on the early team this time. They heard you complain last time. I didn't complain, I just told them that I'm available for more hours, dude. But yeah, this one came in a lot better. So, alright, dudes. I thought the smaller tiles with that they could be mechanically attached with the stringers. Yeah, maybe. Thermal expansion. Yeah, that too. Do you think not putting the decal on jinxed it? I think Kate jinxed it. But yeah, guys, I think there is promise with this crane pack. The other thing, dudes, the other thing that killed me doing modeling streams before is getting the textures right. And I actually found a plugin for GIMP that's called Photo GIMP. And it basically well, here. PhotoGimp is a free community-driven patch that transforms GIMP into a layout that feels similar to Photoshop. So, yeah, if it's similar to Photoshop controls, then we might might be in business here. Bring out the PhotoGimp. Actually, you know what? Last thing we'll do for this segment here is I was going to install it and see what it looks like. Oh, I haven't fired up. Hold on, let's load it up. GNU image manipulation. This is GIMP's an open source photo editor. Yeah, that's not bad, Spoiled. Why is the window so small? Okay, now that we've opened it, it wants us to go into app data, so... Ah, there it is. Copy. Remember, don't copy that floppy. Open up GIMP settings folder, paste the 3.0 folder in here. Paste. When prompted about existing files, select replace files in the destination. Let's just delete that. No, don't delete that. Delete. Paste the 3. Let's delete that. There we go. Yeah. Just randomly deleting files without backing it up. Surely this will be fine. Let's see. Oh! Ah? Oh. Oh. They'll be dead soon. Freaking kangaroos. It was fine. Nice. What do you think about Blender? Have you ever used it? Yeah, I don't. I have Maya, dude. I don't think about Blender at all. I don't know if your grammar is fine. That's spelling, not grammar. Yeah, that's what I was using the UV before. I was using Paint. It's good. All right, dudes. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. I think we, now that we have the whole Unity pipeline figured out, that's, I'm pretty happy with this. We can you know, I was going to say we could start on getting this done, but what I'm going to end up doing is, let me just close out of all these freaking windows. I have so many of them. What I'm going to end up doing is, if Starship does go tomorrow, we're doing Stakeout and the launch stream the whole day. All right. And then Friday, we're probably going to do a Flame Trench and then maybe some Battlefield or whatever. We do have an open spot on Friday morning to kind of start this up, but I was thinking I'll kind of do some research, figure out exactly what I want, and kind of go from there. And worst case scenario, this is a project for next week. So yeah, we'll start on this project next week. Hey, Couchy. Ship RTLS abort became a hot topic during the testing stream. Really? Well, we can talk about that during Space News. So, I'm going to see you guys at about 30 minutes here. I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD. We're going to start up Space News. And I'm just going to go grab a quick bite to eat and go from there. So, I'm going to start up Space News at 5:30. So, that's about 30 minutes from now, give or take. So, I think this proved fruitful. I will start figuring out what I want to do for these crane parts. And we'll go from there. That making that stupid tube actually really showed me some things. It showed me that these parts need to be high impact resistant to resist the snap docking. And also they need to be kind of diesel. They need to be kind of heavy. So yeah, the thing doesn't hop around. I think our wheel design is a good one. I think we should use the rotor and the wheel design that we had before and make a truck and a bogie for the gantry crane and then make rails for it. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. It'll be good. So, yeah, I think this stream proved very fruitful. We talked it out, figured out what we want to do. Yeah, we'll do a small gantry crane pack, and we'll go from there. All right. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, dudes. I do appreciate it. I'll jog the VOD, and I'll be back in a little bit. What I'm going to do is put Starbase Live on so you can watch the remainder of the Ship 40 rollout. And go from there. I'll see you guys in about 30. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned for Space News.